Go. I think my audio is connected. I'm gonna just check on YouTube to make sure that everything is all good. Okay. Hello everyone. It's been a while since my last sprint. Kind of rusty. I'm just gonna share this on Discord, on Instagram, and the usual thing. So let me just play some ambience while I do that. So it's really okay. Hopefully you can hear that. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna share this and I'll be right back. Where's my phone? There you go. Hi, Sina. Hello. We'll probably try it in a bit. Just finish up work. I need to get some lunch first. What are you having for lunch? I'm craving Korean barbecue. This happens every now and then. I would have a craving for Korean barbecue, but that's actually not a good idea because I just had my braces aligned or adjusted, and it's not hurting right now. But I know that once I start eating like tough food, like food that I need to really chew, I'm gonna feel it in my gums. So, not the best idea. Let me just take a photo so I could do the post on Insta. Oh, oh, balloons. Okay. I guess we're celebrating. How is everybody? It's been a while since my last sprints. I wasn't in the weekend sprints with Pam. I think she did the solo one. Because it was actually there you go. It was actually me and my partner's anniversary, so we had a bunch of like stuff. By a bunch, I mean like dinner and massages planned. So I kind of just took the weekend off. Oh, what is this new Halloween font on Instagram? That's kind of cute, but I don't want to use that. Reading sprints live now. Okay, heart. It's so hard to do this and talk to the chat at the same time. So let me just finish doing this. Link. Please. Okay. And shared. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Let me pause this ASMR. Okay. Getting falafel and fries. Oh, that sounds yummy. There's this amazing local place and I've had a shitty day. So I need a comfort. Well, definitely get those falafel and fries. Both F's. I love a good alliteration. And I hope that kind of, turns your day around. I'm gonna give you a look at my dog. Maybe I hope this helps. He's like sleeping right here. I hope that helps. Also loving the glasses today. Thank you. These are actually the same. Is it the same glasses that I've been wearing? I have two glasses, two pairs of glasses. I got one that is this one is like my at home glasses. It's made of like this plastic, like it's very thick frame. So I'm not as afraid that I'm gonna break it when I fall asleep while wearing it and then it falls to the side or I drop it. The other one is made of metal or feels like it's made of metal. It's a lot thinner. It has like tortoise shell or like black brown frame, and that one feels a lot more breakable. Like I feel like I can bend that, but I actually like that one for going out because it's light on my face, and it also doesn't have a blue light protector. This one has like a, I'm not sure you can see like the reflection of my laptop, like that UV thing has a blue light blocker thing, which I still don't know if it's completely, helpful, but it's good to just be proactive, I guess. But that one, the other one, my going out eyeglasses, they don't have blue light because the assumption is that if I'm outside, I'm not like looking on a screen that much. That is my assumption. I'm glad. I'm glad. But yes, definitely get your falafel and fries. That sounds so good. Hello, Bea. Welcome to the sprints. I think this is my second or third time seeing you in the sprint. I guess we have a couple of people here, so I wanted to introduce myself in the sprint. Hi, everyone. I'm Pam from This Book Belongs to Pam. And it used to be Wednesday, but now I feel like I'm gonna turn it into Tuesday. But every middle of the week, I do this reading sprints called the series Read Along. And what I do is I just read like a half, at least for this books, I've been reading half of the book in this one reading sprint day. So it usually takes me about 3 to 4 reading sprints. We're doing like 45 minutes of reading and then like give or take 5 to 10 minutes of chatting, and usually takes me about 3 to 4 reading sprints to read about half of the book. And for today, I am going to be reading the last half of the third book in the Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy. This is A Curse for True Love. And I'm so excited because of the ending. We're going to be finishing a series today, which is always a good feeling. And I'm also going to be sharing with you what book we're going to be reading, or at least I'm going to be reading for the next sprint. So yeah, we're ending Once Upon a Broken Heart today. We read the first half last week or last week, and things are like really picking up from where we stopped last week. So I'm very, very excited, and I'm just happy that I get to finish a sprint. So for you joining my sprint, you can read whatever you want, or you can use this as like a timer, like Pomodoro productivity timer, or just read any other book that you're reading. If you are reading with me, do let me know in the chat what you're going to be reading because I'd love to, ask later how far along are you and how you're feeling about your book. And usually, I just add stuff to my TBR based on your recommendations. So yeah, let me know if you're going to be reading with me. Let me know in the chat what you're going to be reading. Hello, Kat. I am good. A little bit sleepy. I think it's because I ate McDonald's like 2 hours ago, and it's kind of like hitting me. Whenever I eat McDonald's or any fast food, but usually McDonald's, I feel sleepy. There's really just something in there. I don't know if it's like the salt or whatever, but I just feel kind of food coma, sleepy vibes whenever I do that. And that's happening right now. So that was not the best decision on my end. Hello, Hannah. Hello, this is your first time in this brand. So I'm kind of laying in bed, waiting myself to get up and get dressed. Yeah, so you must be on the other side then because it's morning for you. It's nighttime for me right now. Well, hopefully you could use the sprints to get ready for the day. You could maybe set a timer. When the sprints end, we're going to get up. Welcome to the sprints. Thank you for joining. Bea is currently reading Beach Read. Emily Henry, you have to let me know how you like it because that is probably the next Emily Henry that I'm going to be reading. I read Happy Place, and I loved it. I gave it 5 stars. I read Book Lovers as well, but that one I'm just okay with. I think I gave it 3 or 3.5 stars, something like that. But Happy Place is like chef's kiss. So let me know if you like Beach Read because I am excited. I'm excited to read Emily Henry again. Oh, Kat is going to be reading Lamang by Herbert de Leon. So this is a Filipino book about Filipino. It's like based on a Filipino mythology or mythological character. And I believe it's the book club pick for Akdang Pinoy. So that's amazing. How are you finding it so far? Have you started it, Kat? Um, are you liking it? Yes, it's 7 a.m. here. Oh, it's like 12 hours, so you must be from the East Coast. That is I think so. Yeah, I think East Coast is like 12 hours behind. I love beach read. I'm so excited. We have the Emily Henry fan over here. I saw your ranking and I got like so excited to read Funny Story because of that. I'm halfway through and I'm enjoying it so far. I'm glad. I'm glad to know that. Hello, Natalie. Good morning to you. Currently in the process of waking up. I love it. People are starting to wake up. I'm your alarm clock, basically. Currently in the process. Oh, I just read that. I'm reading Spookily Yours as a palate cleanser because I've been struggling with reading recently. Is this a romance book? Is it like a contemporary romance? Here we go. We're starting the process of adding stuff to our TBR. Oh, that cover is really cute. Witches of the Pleasant Grove. It's like cozy. It feels like a cozy fantasy. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna add this to my to read. Halloween romance novel. That's becoming a thing now. It used to be like a lot of Christmas romance novels. I have a lot of Christmas romance novels that I'm um, gonna try to read for this year. But now I've been seeing a lot more of the Halloween romance novels, so that's kind of fun. I love like theme themed like stuff. Yep, you're definitely good with your time zones. No, it's only because whenever I make this reading sprint, I try to share it in a couple of different time zones, and Eastern time zone is one of those. So I kind of know at the back of my head, okay, they're like 12 hours behind us. So that's why. Any other time zone, I'm gonna be hopeless. I'm 67% in. Okay, more than halfway through. I like the writing, kind of confusing at first because of Ilocano terms that I'm not familiar with, but I recommend it for fantasy readers. I'm gonna check it out then, because I'm a fantasy reader and I've been trying to read more Filipino books, and it's nice that there's like it's Filipino and it's not set in like or it's not just based in Metro Manila, but it pulls from our different regions as well. Hopefully finish it tonight with a sprint. Well, we are gonna get started with a sprint soon. So our graph said it's fast paced, looks cozy, it's less than 300 pages, perfect palette cleanser. Yes, romance is my favorite palette cleanser. That's why consistently every year, romance is my second rank genre because I just read it. I just read romance after every couple of books. I'm also planning to start the Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst. I've been seeing this around as well, and I think it has pretty good reviews. So hopefully you like that. But yes, let us start the first reading sprint. Again, we're gonna be doing 45 minutes. I actually forgot to add the timer to my thing here. I almost forgot that. Okay, let me just quickly add a timer. So we do 45 minutes. And then we'll take a break, little chatty break. I have a witchy ASMR room, or like, I don't know what to call this videos. Is it ASMR rooms? Anyway, so 45 minutes. I'm gonna go for like a crickets sound effect. Okay, 45 minutes. Let's start our first reading sprint now. I'll update you later how far I'm gonna get through A Curse for True Love. And yeah, see you everyone after 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back, everyone. How was the first reading sprint? It was pretty successful for me. I'm just gonna get back to the comments that I weren't able to read while we're doing the sprint. Let's see. So Hannah got out of bed. I'm glad that we're helping you start your day. Let us know what you're gonna be doing now that you're up. Are you gonna be reading or doing something else? Hello, V. Of course, you can join us. Are you gonna be reading with us, um, or are you gonna be doing something else, some productive thing, or just chatting with everyone? That's always welcome. Hello, Pam from Pam Shenanigans. Not sure if you joined her solo sprints last Sunday. I wasn't able to make it then, but welcome to the sprint. Are you gonna be reading with us or no? But yeah, let us know in the chat. Happy spreads to everyone. Yes, indeed. Hannah, I'm out of bed and dressed. Listen to my audiobook while I did that. I am on chapter 14 of Becoming Mrs. Lewis. I don't think I've heard of this book. Why does it sound like a movie show? Becoming Mrs. Lewis. A movie show. A movie. What was I saying? A TV show of movie show. Historical romance. Interesting. Becoming Mrs. Lewis is a improbable friendship. She found love. Ooh. In a world where women were silent, she found her voice. This is quite intriguing. I'm gonna masterful exploration of one of the greatest love stories of modern time. We meet a brilliant writer, a fierce independent man. Oh, I love this. I love that there's like so many different women. And it seems that we are kind of not necessarily following them, but we're gonna get to know their stories. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna add that to my card. But it's interesting as well that the title is Becoming Mrs. Lewis. Okay. So before I read through the rest of the chat again, let me just update you on A Curse for True Love. So I made it to chapter 30, which is page 240. So let's update this chapter. So I read about like 50 pages. I was also like on my phone a little bit. I got a craving for steak, and I have chapaghetti and noguri in my pantry right now. So I'm thinking I could make the japaguri steak thing from Parasite, the movie. So I ordered some steak while I was reading. I don't know. It feels like I just can't help it. I've been craving steak for the past week, so now feels like a good time to do that. So I did, and I have no regrets. Well, at least right now, I don't have any regrets. But yeah, for Curse for True Love, I'm really enjoying it. I know that this book didn't really get a lot of like positive reviews. People were kind of like mixed on this one, but I'm really loving it. There is a lot of yearning in this book. There's a lot of the hurt comfort type of feeling in this book, and I'm a sucker for that. So I've been really enjoying it so far. I'm at the point right now where like things are coming to a head. Evangeline is starting. I can't spoil anything, but Evangeline is starting to recover something that she has lost, and I feel like we're gonna read the consequences, the ramifications of that recovery in the next chapter. So I'm pretty excited. So yeah, I love that I'm loving this. I was kind of worried because I have heard, mixed things about this third book, and I think a lot of people were left unsatisfied by the ending. And obviously we still have quite a bit of the book to go. We have around 140 pages, 41 pages to go. So things could change, but I am here for it. I'm so excited. But yeah, that is my update on A Curse for True Love. How is everyone's books? Are you enjoying your read? Are you almost done with your read? How was the last reading spread? Natalie read one chapter. You go, girl. 8 pages. I'm doing other things. It's good. Any page read is still a success. Like in my story graph, my street counter, like it counts Every time I read 30 pages every other day, it continues my streak. I didn't like put in a very high goal for my daily reads because I don't want to be stressed about it, but I want to feel the high of having a streak. So I do 30 pages every other day, and it makes me happy. It's fine as long as we're reading. It's fine. I'm reading Lamang by Herbert Terere. Have you started it? How are you liking it? Because I know that Kat is also reading it. And yeah, have you started this book? I kind of want to get into this book as well, but I don't. I delayed so many of my reads this month, so now I'm kind of like catching up. So I don't think I can read outside of this TBR that I have for myself, but we'll see. We'll see. Currently at 74%, getting to the end, still enjoying it. What is your favorite part so far of the book? Is it the characters, the plot, or the writing style? Is it written in Tagalog or is it in English? I actually don't know. Hello, hello, everyone. Getting to the good parts in beach read. The good parts, does that mean like, is it the painful parts? Because for me, those are the good parts, the parts where I kind of start to cry. At least in the happy place. But although that book just made me cry from start to finish, essentially. Because you know how that book starts, it's kind of like sad. But yeah, I want to read an Emily Henry. I just, I think for November, I don't have any strict plans for my books in November. I kind of just want to mood read. I think. I think I'm gonna mood read in November because I I have a bunch of books that I kind of want to get into, like I'm in the mood for, but because it's not on my TBR, like I have videos planned or I have like readathons or whatever, I kind of like stop myself from reading them, and it feels kind of stupid, but at the same time, I know that I'm doing it for something. But sometimes I feel like, what if I just read what I want to read at that specific moment? So I don't know, maybe in November I'm gonna try really hard to not have like a set TBR or at least a TBR that spans the entire month. Because that's usually like September I had Magic Ariathon, and August I had Akbang Pinoy, and then October I have not really like a set TBR for the month, but I just have a bunch of like video ideas that ideally if I did them when I was supposed to do them, I would have a lot more time to read anything else, but I procrastinated, so now I'm catching up. Yeah, that is my ramblings on TBRs. So far, I like all the aspects. I think the strongest point is the plot. If you like quest-based adventure, then this is really fun. Oh, I do. I I think I'm hot and cold with like quest based. If it's done really well, I enjoy it so much. But then if it's not done well, it feels very formulaic, which is, I mean, obviously that's not always a bad thing. But I think probably because I read quite a bit of quest based books when I was starting to get back into reading again, that I'm kind of like, oh, I want something different. But if it's done really well, I do enjoy a good quest based plot. I'll definitely mood read the rest of the year because all these readathons and stuff keep pushing me. Listen, I know. I mean, I love readathons. I really read a lot when I'm doing a readathon. Like last month, I read 25 books, which is crazy for me. I do love that I'm trying my best to sort of like align what I want to read with the prompts. I'm trying to not force myself to read something I don't want to read just because of a prompt. Like I try to find something that fits a prompt that I also like to read. But sometimes it's hard as well. But also that also means that I'm kind of like stuck with like a theme of the readathon. And I feel like I'm not gonna join any for November. Is there a readathon that I do want to join? I don't think there is any for November and December. Like with December, obviously I'm gonna read a bunch of like Christmas rom-coms. That's like tradition at this point. I enjoy that. But I think for November, I'm just gonna mood read, and I'm gonna try to maybe hit my own goals because those are like TBRs that I set for myself because of goals that I have, like 12 Recs and 12 Friends challenge, or like reading a Filipino literature challenge. So I feel like I can set I can use the last 2 months of I can't believe we're at the last 2 months of the year, almost at the last 2 months of the year already. But I'm gonna set that as like my reading whatever I want, or like reading for my reading goals kind of um TBR. I'm not gonna join readathons. Oh my god, I hope like nothing pops out that's like super interesting, because that's what gets me. Like I love a good readathon. But then I need to like give myself a break from readathons as well. I also want to mood read on November, but I have a few commitments and I promised to mood read on December. No commitments. Actually, I'm fine with having like a couple of commitments and then would read the rest of the way. It's just when I have a whole month commitment that kind of like tires me out. It's fun at the time, but then I kind of go into like a mini slump after, and that's what happened to me this October. I went on a rampage in August and September actually, and then in October, like the beginning of the October, I was like, I don't want to read. Or when I read something, it doesn't hold my attention for too long, even though I want to read. I think it's just my brain telling me that you kind of need to take a break. Same, it's my first time in over decade. I've read more than 26 books in a year. So they push me to read, but I'm having a hard time getting into the books because I'm not in the mood for them. I know that's kind of like the conundrum. Maybe it's just a matter of like identifying at any point in time, like today or this month is my priority to like challenge myself, or is my priority to just, I don't know, read whatever I want. So because obviously it's also fun, at least for me, it's also fun for me to challenge myself, but there's like a limit to it as well, that I sometimes just want to chill and just read whatever I want. Hello, Lanatza. Oh, you're in India now. I hope you're having fun. When did you arrive at India? Has it been a couple of days? And what are your plans for today? I'm so happy that you joined in the stream, because I feel like we've been talking about your trip to India for the past, I don't know, past couple of weeks now. I think the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 streams that you've joined, you've mentioned that you're going to India and now you're there. So excited. Did all of the Indian or books about India that you read kind of help enhance your experience a little bit? Because I know that's the reason why some people read books set in a specific place before they go to that place, to sort of like enhance the experience of traveling to that place. Like I can imagine going into, I don't know, like this is like a random place like Paris or something, and then reading about a book set in Paris, and then going there to see like the coffee shop or the tourist attraction or the church that's mentioned in the book. I find that so cool. So I hope you're having some kind of cool experience like that as well. Yes, I agree. Well, for me at least, I'm gonna make a point to just relax for the rest of the year and just mood read for the rest of the year. And that's what I'm saying now, but I'm always going back and forth with this. But that is, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to just relax on the TBRs and on the readathons for now. With that said, do we want to go into our next reading sprint? I think it's a good time to start reading again. I think, I honestly think that I'm gonna finish this in 2 sprints. But we'll see. If I'm still in the mood to read, I might continue the sprint even after I finish the book, or we might just use like I might use the last reading sprint to sort of prepare for next week's series read along, where we have a new series that we are going to be tackling. But yes, I am going to start the second reading sprint now. If you have any comments, I can read it afterwards. Let me just go into the witch's cottage. I shall see you again in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, everyone. How was that reading sprint? Bit of a, what was I saying? Quite a change in scenery for me. I moved to my dining table because I am now eating the noodles and steak combination that I've been craving for weeks now. I finally got it, and I'm very happy that I got it. I have no regrets as of the moment. Maybe tomorrow when I'm feeling super bloated and heavy, maybe I would regret it then, but now I'm just happy. How was everyone's reading? I'm just going to go through some of the comments that were left from the last sprint. Natcha says that I arrived on Friday, been to Delhi, Agra, and Jaipur so far. Currently in New Delhi for the night. Wow, you've been to a lot of places already. That's so cool. What are you um up to next? And what's your favorite like experience so far? If you wanted to share that, or maybe just like one thing that you really enjoyed. Maybe it's like a food or a place that you visited specifically. I'm so curious. I hope you're having a good trip so far. We'll go to bed early as I have a train to catch early tomorrow. Yes, that is very valid. I always turn into such a good morning person when I'm on a trip. Like I'm so good about waking up at like 7 in the morning or 6 in the morning. But granted, I hate having like amazing race. That's what I call them, amazing race style of itineraries where I have to like wake up very early and then go throughout the day. I like to like meander a little bit. I'm a slow traveler, but I still like to wake up early because I don't know. There's just something about being in a new place that just makes me want to wake up early. I'm currently reading Brighton Bell, written by Sarah Sheridan. Let me take a look at that. Brighton Bell. Sorry if you heard that. Oh, it's a mystery crime fiction. I love a good crime fiction. Post World War II England, former Secret Service operative Mirabel Bevan becomes embroiled in a new kind of intrigue. Are you liking it so far? Um, Let me know if you're still here, if you haven't gone to bed yet. It's a cozy mystery thriller set in 1950s England. We'll use a sprint to read. So I'm gonna add this to my TBR as well. It sounds interesting. Ooh, 1950s England. I have no idea what that looks like, but I'm here for it. No reading was done. Cleaning, getting ready to make some Mexican pan dulce, sweet bread, for guests coming later. Oh, that sounds so good. Mexican pan dulce. I know that dulce. Does that mean milk? Because we have, or was it leche that's milk? Dulce de leche. Mexican pan dulce. Oh, I think dulce is bread, right? Dulce translate. Sweet bread. Okay. Oh, dulce. Does dulce mean sweet? Dulce meaning. Does that mean? Oh, it means sweet. And then leche is that like milk? So what does dulce de leche mean? Dulce de leche. Because we have that dessert in the Philippines. Candy made from milk. Oh. Yeah, because we have that. It's not a dessert. It's kind of something that you mix with other stuff to make a dessert. It's quite common here in the Philippines. But you know, we do have a lot of like Spanish roots in terms of like our food and everything, so it makes sense. That sounds so good though. You're gonna make it from scratch? That's so cool. I want to make my own bread. Like I've got everything right now to make focaccia bread with a little bit of like sun-dried tomatoes or pesto. And I just need the willpower. I just need the confidence to make it. I feel like if I make a bad batch of bread, I would need to finish it before trying again, and that scares me. I think I need to figure out a portion size that's like not too much so I could still finish it even if it's not that good. But bread is bread. Bread is always yummy. So maybe I should get over it. I made some breakfast, got my baby dressed, and I'm in chapter 20 right now. Ooh, you're making progress. Are you still liking your book so far? I am blanking on what you're reading. Let me go back on the comments. Becoming Mrs. Lewis, yeah. Are you liking it so far? And is it reading? like how's the pace like? Because I know that with historical fiction, it's usually a little bit slower, but how is the pace like for this one? There are three chapters. Ooh, are you liking it so far? I forgot to update you on my book. So I think I'm gonna update you first before I go through the comments again. I didn't make it too far. I made it to page 282. So let me update that things are happening in this book, and I can feel I can feel that we're now at the last act of the book, like the last push towards the ending. I can feel that we're getting there, and I had to stop and read because I had to stop reading because I cooked my noodles. I know it doesn't look much; it looks like this brown mush, but it's just the japaghetti and noguri noodles mixed together, so it creates that black bean sauce. And then I just have like I ordered steak, and I just have steak on top of it. So super yummy. I'm copying this from Parasite, the movie by Bong Joon-ho, and I've loved it ever since. It's one of my favorite like flavors, like black bean, and obviously steak is always yummy. So I'm having fun. It means sweet, yeah. I should have just read the comments rather than going to Google. Or candy, depending on context. Makes sense. We do have dulce de leche candy, so I guess that's kind of like milk candy, maybe like sweet milk candy. Leche is milk, pan means bread. The specific one I'm making has cinnamon, star anise, pecans, and piloncillo. What is piloncillo? I'm not gonna lie, I hate cinnamon. I feel like I'm the minority because everyone, especially during this spooky season, everyone's like just making all of this cinnamon coffee, pumpkin spice with like a ton of cinnamon. Ooh, piloncillo is a raw form of pure cane sugar. Okay, we use something like this, cane sugar, in our desserts and stuff as well. But yeah, I hate cinnamon. I cannot stand cinnamon. I hate for some reason I just hate spice flavored things. So I'm not a big fan of chai. There are some chai drinks that I can drink. I think it probably has to do with the ratio of the tea and the spices and the milk. But um with like anything cinnamon, I hate cinnamon rolls. I hate what else? Like pumpkin spice things I don't like. So I feel like an outcast during the spooky season because that's what everyone is just making and eating. And whenever I see in the vlog where they make their coffee or their oatmeal and they like sprinkle on a shit ton of cinnamon and I'm like, ugh. Deep inside I'm like cringing. 85% in lamang, and the final score is coming up. I paused in the middle of battles. It is so good. Oh, that's so good to hear that you're liking it. Are the battle scenes like pretty good? Because I love a good battle scene. Now I'm like, I want to read it now. I wanna like prioritize it now in my Filipino TBR. Started cooking, baking a lot from scratch. I think that's what a lot of people did, and I unfortunately didn't do that. I did not have the foresight to experiment with baking when I was like stuck at home. I was busy doing the what's it called? The one where you have to whisk a lot of like instant coffee, dalgona coffee. I was doing a lot of that in the pandemic. I should have learned how to bake. I mean, cooking is something I do a lot, but baking I haven't really experimented much aside from the usual banana bread or like muffins or like cupcakes. I haven't really baked much, and I need to get on it. I'm actually not liking it very well. Oh, kind of disappointed. Not like the main characters. I'm interested enough to continue, but it's not doing. Oh, that's so sad. But hopefully it picks up towards the end. Maybe it gears up to like a really banger of an ending. That is the hope. Are you the type of person to DNF a book that you don't like? I personally have a hard time DNFing. I'm trying to be better at it, but I'm the type to like stick it out till the end, even if I don't like the book, which is not always good. But are you the type to DNF? Cinnamon haters tonight. I don't know. I just don't like cinnamon at all. There's just something like even the smell of cinnamon makes me not really gag. That's a bit much, but it makes me like crinkle my nose whenever I smell it. I'm like, oh, whenever I pass by a Cinnabon, because there's quite a few here. When I pass by one, I always like crinkle my nose, or I have to sort of like like do this thing or I feel like it's assaulting my nose. And I guess it also may be connected to the fact that I personally don't like strong smells, like strong perfume or strong shampoos, like strong scents. I'm not a big fan of, so maybe that's why. But I don't know, I just don't like it. They're all making me crave for sweets. Go for it. Find like candy or something. I love cinnamon. I don't understand. We're not friends anymore. Just kidding. If I did that, I wouldn't have any friends because everyone that I know loves cinnamon. Chai is dinner my favorite. I know. I feel like I'm missing out. Like whenever people make chai drinks, I'm like, oh, I just want to be the type of person who loves chai or who loves pumpkin spice or who loves cinnamon. But my body, my taste buds, they cannot get over it. I have tried. I have tried a couple of times, but they just can't get over it. I hate. Let's just talk about things I hate. I suppose. I hate cinnamon. I also don't like mint and chocolate. I have no problems with mint in general, but I hate it when they have a chocolate and then inside there's like a mint filling. Oh, what is that? You know how there's like chocolate and then inside when you bite in it there's like a mint, that white mint filling. I hate that as well. I would like gnaw around the chocolate just to get the chocolate part and then ignore the filling. I hate it, especially with dark chocolate because I love dark chocolate and the mint just ruins it. So maybe I just really have a problem with things that have kind of like spice or mintiness or something different. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I liked chai. I really wish. I tried it many times. I tried it from places that are like popular um and have like good chai or like friends recommend and I still don't like it. And I don't know at this point if I'm just like predisposed to hating it so that when I do taste it, I immediately hate it just because I'm thinking that I hate it. I don't know. It's a chicken and egg problem. Um, but yeah, that is my taste in food, I suppose. I make other stuff without cinnamon, but I think the overpowering flavor of this one is a star anise. I actually don't know the flavor of star anise. I just know that we use it for coloring. Because star anise, we use it in right? Oh, am I thinking of the same thing? Yeah, yeah, star anise. Wait. Oh, no, no. I feel like I'm thinking of a different. Hmm, Let me just do a little search. No, no, I was thinking of annatto powder. I don't know why I was thinking why. Maybe because anise and annatto are they different? I don't know. I was thinking of that. I have a hard time DNFing as well. I feel like I need to finish a book. I know that's there's a completionist in me. I'm like this with games and everything. I just need to finish stuff. And I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. I think this year I've DNF. Is it two books? I have it on Storygraph. Let's see. How many books have I DNF'd? Where do I find that? Is it in my stats? Okay, DNF books. Let's see how many have I have. I DNF four. Is it in this year or is it in my lifetime? Okay, so I DNF one book this year, just one book, and I managed to read about um 25% of that book, and then I DNF'd it. And it's difficult because it's 9 p.m. for us, so I love chai too, yeah. Usually people that love cinnamon also love chai, also love pumpkin spice. And people that hate one of those hate all of them. I'm a cinnamon person, but I get it if you don't like cinnamon. I know we're so rare. Like, I especially feel it during this season. Just everyone just loves it, and I can't relate. I'm with you on the mint chocolate. That is just atrocious to me. That is an abomination. That is an assault to the dark chocolate. I so hope that there's no one who likes mint chocolate here. I just had my first pumpkin spice latte drink for the year, and oh, how I miss it. Never on the majority. I wish I was the majority. What I do love though are drinks with liquor in it. Like, doesn't have to be actual liquor. Like, I love drinks and dessert that have a flavor of like liquor. Like I love tiramisu with the rum or the Disaronno. And I also like anything with rum in general. Like I like fruit cakes. If you remove the raisins, I love fruit cakes. I don't know, maybe that's just my kind of taste. There's just something about the spice that I don't like. You're right. I haven't had my dinner yet, so I might look for desserts after. Why haven't you had dinner yet? Eat dinner. Next for it. Oh no! I also like mint choco. I do get it. The haters, I swear. But I feel like choco is a lot more divisive. Like it's a lot more 50-50 about people liking it and not liking it. So I think that's like a toss up. I used to struggle with DNFing books, but now I'm 50 and oh, that is such a good point of view. That's such a good perspective. I feel like maybe a few more years and I'm like, I'm just gonna stop reading a book that I don't want to read. But right now, it's still a struggle. Annatto is different. It's used in cooking and for makeup and other things because of its strong staining color and the flavor on its own. It's really, yeah, I think I got it mixed up because of the A end, I guess. Annatto and anise. So we use annatto for a certain dish that I love. It's called kare kare. It's color like red orange, the soup itself, and we use annatto powder for that. And it definitely stings a lot, and it's my favorite. I don't like pumpkin spice. Okay, okay, okay. We have another one. Although you do love cinnamon. I actually don't know. Like what is the spice in pumpkin spice? Because pumpkin by itself doesn't have, the spice flavoring. What kind of spice is in pumpkin spice? This is me. I always Google stuff that I don't know. Ah, it's cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, allspice, and cloves mixed together with pumpkin. Oh, so it's a mix of like I also don't like nutmeg. Well, nutmeg I can tolerate. Like sometimes when a dish like a dessert has like nutmeg, fresh nutmeg like grated on top, or I can like tolerate it a little bit more than cinnamon. Ginger I'm fine as well. So there's just really something about cinnamon. I prefer the apple cider stuff over the apple cider. I really also like that. And apple cider is not really popular in the Philippines in terms of like adding it to desserts. I know that there's like apple cider cookies and apple cider, all the apple cider things in Western countries, but in the Philippines, we have apple cider, but it's mostly used as a not medicinal, but like a kind of like a health drink or a health ingredient that you sometimes you take a shot like a teaspoon of apple cider in the morning to like settle your stomach, stuff like that. I don't really know if we use it in any local recipes, or I haven't seen any stores sell anything apple cider related in terms of like desserts and stuff, but I have seen it a lot in Western like stores, so they have apple cider things. Pumpkin white chocolate chai. Actually, the pumpkin white chocolate sounds good, but then the chai is like, hmm. Probably because it wasn't really a thing here in the Philippines until recently, so I didn't grow up with drinking it. Yeah, probably. My chocolate chip is my favorite flavor, but I know I love that you say she is a polarizing flavor. Um, I actually don't mind mint chocolate chip like ice cream. I just hate it when there's like a chocolate bar and then there's like mint filling in the middle. I just don't like that. I feel like I got tricked or betrayed by the dark chocolate. But I don't mind the mint chocolate chip like ice cream. I don't think I've tried so many mint chocolate chip or mint chocolate flavored things. Just those two things. As I said to Tito then earlier, PSL is not life changing. I liked having it during the cozy season. Yeah, makes sense. I like a good um I like I said earlier, I like desserts with liquor in it, and that to me is cozy. Like Starbucks used to have praline, praline, um, latte, and it had like liquor flavor, like rum flavor. I mean, obviously it's not actually rum, but just flavoring, and I love that. Like rum with coffee is just so good. It's cinnamon, allspice, and nutmeg. Yeah, you beat me to it. I'm like a serial Googler. Every time I like when I read, it's why I read historical fiction so slow because when I read about a certain event, I would Google it and read like a Wikipedia page of it or something, and then I would go to like different links, and then I would go back to the book. So I read so slow when it's historical fiction because I would Google all the things that are happening in the book, like the different events, and I guess it's a good way to like learn new things, kind of expand my trivia bank in my head. But sometimes I forget them after a couple of days. So true. Even in K-pop, idols and fans have firm opinions on milk chocolate. Yeah, apple cider vinegar or apple cider. Oh, yeah, we have apple cider vinegar, but we don't. I don't know what. I mean, I know apple cider is like it's like a drink, right? But we drink the vinegar one. Like we drink a teaspoon of it. But I suppose like are the flavors not similar? I don't really. I haven't had apple cider. I think I've had like warm apple cider when I went to the States one winter, there was a Christmas market, and I think they were selling warm apple cider, and I think I tasted it then. And I remember it tasting similar to apple cider vinegar, just less acidic and less strong. And I'm not sure if I'm making that flavor up, because it's been a couple of years. But is the flavor like so different? Well, derived from the same fruit, but very different. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I need to try apple cider, just apple cider, not apple cider vinegar. It's a new flavor for me for sure. Starbucks coming to my city. I'm so disappointed. I can't stand Starbucks for so many reasons. Or herbal coffee is just the tip of the iceberg. I know. I feel like Starbucks is a kind of like a guilty pleasure, especially here in the Philippines. It's in the Philippines, Starbucks is very fancy in a way. It's not like it's. I know that in the States it's like cheap coffee, or it's not even that cheap. But it's like the chain coffee. But here in the Philippines, it's a little bit fancy. All of their stores here are kind of on the fancier side. It's all very like interior design and everything. Obviously, they have a lot of problems as well. But here in the Philippines, the culture is that a lot of people go to Starbucks for the air conditioning because they're very lenient about people staying at the shop for like a long period of time. A lot of people study there or hang out with friends because they have air conditioning, they have sockets so you can work in there as well or study. And it's just part of the culture in the Philippines where especially people in schools are like Starbucks in front of the schools and everything because everyone just goes there and hangs out with friends and stuff. So it's kind of a comfort thing in a way where if you want something that you know the taste of and everything and like it's very familiar and it's very in a way it's very comfy because they don't like the place looks good, they let you stay for a long period of time, the aircon is good. So it's kind of like that here in the Philippines. Apple cider sweet. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna look into apple cider and I'm gonna try and see if I can find that. Apple cider isn't really a big thing in Norway, which is a Western country. Oh, so maybe this is just in the States that it's popular, or like in the States. That's where I usually see it from, like Canada and in the U.S. Do they have lots of apple farms there? I don't know. Maybe that's why. Don't get spiced apple cider with cinnamon, but plain apple cider is also delicious. Okay, thank you for the recommendation. I normally stray away from anything that has spice in the beginning because I know that it's some kind of like cinnamon, allspice, or whatever mix. But yeah, apples are native to the U.S. I think, so I understand it's not big elsewhere. Yeah, yeah, I know that when I went to the States, there's so many different kinds of apples. Like there's an entire like aisle in the supermarket of just different types of apples, and I'm like, why are there 20 different types of apples? What is this madness? Like I remember one trip I went there and I just pick out a new apple each day to try. I forget, I think I listed it down somewhere like which variety of apple is like the best for my taste. Yeah. Yeah, it is excellent. Actually, like when I'm comparing the prices here in the Philippines, but I guess also the cost of living is different as well. It is it's expensive But there are a lot of like other coffee shops in the Philippines that are like the third wave coffee shops, like the independent chains that are even more expensive than Starbucks. So kind of like it's a little bit in the middle now nowadays. Before it used to be the most, I guess, one of the more expensive chains, but now it's kind of like sitting a little bit above average, but definitely cheaper than some of the third wave independent coffee shops that are like all over the city, because the Philippines is now becoming like a cafe country, similar to how it is in Japan and Korea, where you have a lot of independent coffee shops that are very themed and like caters to specific crowds and stuff. The coffee there is expensive. Like I remember I once paid for a coffee that's about almost 300 pesos, and I'm like, why is this so expensive? But yeah, so it's kind of like the coffee landscape is kind of like changing recently. But the coffee's good at those independent coffee shops, but they are expensive. Try to have coffee elsewhere, but I do enjoy Starbucks for snacks and other things. Yeah, also that's also a thing. In the Philippines, the food at Starbucks is so good compared to Starbucks in the States. Starbucks in the States have very, it feels like very prepackaged um, food. Like they have sandwiches and stuff like that, but they all feel very, at least to me, it feels very like a food that you would buy from the refrigerator section of a supermarket. But in the Philippines, the Starbucks here, they partnered with local bakeries, so they have very like most of the time they have really good food like pastries and pasta and stuff. So yeah, a lot of not yeah, that's fair. That is a fair thing to point out. Or the other way around, as the Western, sorry, or the other way around, Anglo countries as the Western country. Yeah, I think it's really, it makes sense because I'm trying to think of, that's like what's usually portrayed in the media, so it makes sense. And it's good that you're reminding us that it's not just the States and Canada, like Western encompasses like a big chunk of place. And I think it's really just yeah, that's what we commonly see, especially in the Philippines, where we're very Americanized, like a lot of our media and stuff. I guess that's also true for a lot of like different parts of the world. But yeah, we consume a lot of like American media and not even North America, just American media in general, like the US media, and that's what's like in our common, I guess, day to day. So it makes sense that we have that kind of automatic misconception about Western. And Norway can get better coffee for less in other places. Starbucks overpriced. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I love coffee in Japan, but you're right, it can get pretty expensive. But I'm coffee addicts and enjoy tasting coffee. Yeah, I think in Japan, when I went there, I really made the point to like research different coffee shops, like cafes, and like sometimes they were good, um or sometimes I went there specifically because of the ambience, like how they decorated the place, because there's like a big cafe culture in Japan as well. And that's something I really enjoy. Like I like sitting at cafes and just like doing things, reading or whatever. So yeah, Japan and Korea are really good for that. But yeah, it does get expensive if you order anything other than an Americano or like the regular coffees, the lattes, the mocha and stuff like that. If you order anything outside of that, it's so expensive. Americanos are usually uh cheap or at least decently priced, but anything other than that is expensive usually. Yeah, Norway is very different from the US. That makes sense. Norwegians drink the most coffee in the world except for the Finnish. Well, it makes sense because isn't it like cold in Norway? Like it's cold for a longer period of time, or it gets pretty cold during the winter. I'm not quite sure. I think so, right? It's kind of like that region gets super cold. So it makes sense that Norwegians drink a lot of coffee. Here in the Philippines, though, we actually drink a lot of iced coffee. I think that's a thing in Asia. In Asia, I'm not sure. Yeah, in Asia, there's like this image of everyone's just drinking iced coffee. I'm not sure if it's the same in Norway, if there's like a preference for hot coffee versus iced coffee. But here in the Philippines, I think because it's so hot and humid all the time, most people like iced coffee. Or that's what I see all the time when people are drinking outside. Normally they order hot coffee if they're staying in the store or like at the cafe for a long period of time. But if they're taking it to go, it's gonna be iced. That's why I'm excited to plan out my coffee area in my home and the early stage of building my forever home. And I can't wait to have my. Oh, that's so cute. This is my very sad coffee station. It's just an espresso. It just gives me the caffeine that I need in the morning. I used to have like a mocha pot, the one where you like brew the coffee over the stove, but I got too lazy, so now I just use an espresso and I'm just lazy. This give like in the morning, this is like a lifesaver, but yeah, it's not exactly the best coffee. But that's so cool that you're planning a coffee area and a library, of course. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the sprints. We are gonna be sprinting. I feel like we've been chatting a lot. So I think I'm gonna read you the next couple of comments and then we're gonna start the third sprint. I definitely like iced coffee. Yeah, I'm an iced coffee. Actually, I'm an iced coffee lover, but recently, for some reason, I have been drinking a lot of like hot coffee. But for the most part, like if you look at my entire life, it's definitely like 80% iced coffee. Even if it's like cold or even when I go to a different country and it's winter, I'm still drinking iced coffee. I don't know why. Iced coffee is left over here. Yeah. Oh, we drink a lot of coffee in the summer as well. That is fair. Hello. Okay, I think we got to the comments. We can get to the third reading sprint. Um, I am I feel like I'm gonna finish it in the next sprint. We'll see. But yes, we are gonna do our third reading sprint, and I shall see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Hello again. How was everyone's sprint? Let me just adjust my headphones. Someone wants to say hi, apparently. How was everyone's sprint? Did you read a lot of your book or able to do some of the things that you plan to do? I hope that sprint went well. Excuse you. Can you please find a different. What are you doing? Okay, no. He's gone. So I made it to page. I'm almost done with the book. I made it to page. Where's my bookmark? Page 344. Let me update this one. So I definitely need another sprint. I finished eating as well, which is why I wasn't able to read as much. Um, yeah, so I made it to page 344. Almost done with the book. Just less than 40 pages left, and I stopped at a really it's the part where there's so many declarations happening, so it's quite exciting. And I think I'm having fun. Like, it's not the perfect book, it's not the best book, but for what it is and for what the Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy is trying to do, I think it succeeded. So that is my almost at the end thoughts on A Curse for True Love. How is everyone? Sorry, I think the food rat was my fault. It's fine. We all love food, so it's all good. Oh, Kat just grabbed dinner. I hope she ate a good dinner. Um, I'm on chapter 26 now, almost 50% of the way through. Do you still get that feeling of wanting to DNF? Or is it at the very least getting better? I hope it's getting better. I also got my baby down for her nap and got my dishwasher. Wow, very, very productive sprint for you, Hannah. I'm glad. I'm glad. I also, what did I do? So I did finish eating, and then obviously I cleaned the dishes and all that. And now I'm almost done with their book. So excited. Natalie says I did clean the bathrooms and finishing up the floors. I'll make the semita, pan dulce, the spread, and sit down to finally read until guests arrive. Wow, you really did a lot today. That's good. That's good. Um, I love a clean bathroom. Well, I don't hate it, but it's not my favorite chore, cleaning the bathroom, but whenever I do it, I love it so much. Like, I take an extra long bath afterwards because it just feels so good when the entire bathroom is cleaning. Yes, I do. I don't like the main character. Oh, that sucks whenever you don't like the main character. That's always not the best feeling, but yes. Um, we are in the last bit, so I think the next one is gonna be the last one. But I'm definitely gonna finish this a lot earlier, like maybe in the first 10 minutes of the sprint or maybe the first 15 minutes. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out the books that I'm gonna be reading for the next series read along because obviously I'm finishing this trilogy, which is always a fun feeling. And then we could sort of chat about the next book in the next break. But yeah, definitely the next sprint is gonna be the last one. So one last sprint to get everything that you wanted to do done. My mouth kind of hurts. I feel like I'm starting to regret eating steak itself. Because it's my mouth is kind of like sensitive because I just had my braces realigned or adjusted, and it's starting to take effect. I hope. I'm not sure if you can hear. Like my partner's watching something on Twitch, and they're always noisy. For real, folding laundry. Yes, I love it. I love watching BookTube when I fold my laundry. Either watching BookTube or catching up on TV shows. I feel like I need to do something with my eyes when I'm folding laundry, so I like to do that then. I am going to finish it because it is a prompt for a readathon. If it wasn't, I'm not sure I would finish it. Well, let's just hope, fingers crossed, that the ending is at least satisfying or that it at least turns into somewhat of a decent read, even though it's not like 5 stars, 4 stars, maybe like a mid, an average read. That is, I guess, the hope. But obviously, if it turns out being suddenly amazing by the end, by all means. Okay, I think I'm gonna hop on to the next reading sprint. I know that was like a short break, but I think we're all still in the mood of like reading, and I want to capitalize on that. So I am gonna start the next reading sprint, and then we'll chat later about the next book that I'm gonna be reading for the series read along, as well as like other plans that I've had for the sprints and stuff. So yeah, I what was I saying? I shall see you in the next 45 minutes. Somehow I suddenly like lost my train of thought. Okay, this is gonna be the last reading sprint. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, everyone. How was the final reading sprint of the day? Overall, how was your progress for today's reading sprint? Did you read a good chunk of your book? I know that a lot of us did a lot of productive things like cleaning, preparing food, and stuff. So I'm glad that the sprint helped you even just a little bit in doing the things that you wanted to do. I finished my book. I finished A Curse for True Love, which means I have completed I have it in here. Hold on. I have completed the Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy, which I'm so happy about. I've been wanting to read this for a long time. It's just been sitting on my shelves, waiting for the perfect moment, but I never pick it up. So I'm glad that I started the sprints to finally get through my series. So yeah, finished the trilogy. So, what are my non-spoilery thoughts about Christopher True Love? I actually liked it. I'm not mad about how it ended. It definitely felt in line with the fairy tale style of storytelling that the whole Caraval trilogy and the whole Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy has been following, and I think it stayed true to its course, which I enjoyed. We did get some answers. Some of it were kind of, I guess the only thing that I wasn't super fond of is the very convenient thing that happened towards the end. That's pretty much like I guess it's been like a important detail for the entire series, and the way that it was kind of resolved was a little bit of not really a letdown, but it's just underwhelming, I suppose. But I don't really mind it in the grand scheme of things because we are in this very fairy tale world where ever since the beginning there's always been a lot of plot conveniences to move the plot forward, and it's fine because it's like the point of the story is not to focus on the details of the plot. So I understand that if you're the type of person who enjoys very complex and tightly knit plot and very well developed plot, and like the twists and turns, you might not enjoy this book. But if you're just reading this for the vibes, you will definitely love this book. So yeah, I guess I could give you my ratings for the entire trilogy. So I'm just gonna open my story graph just to remind myself. So Once Upon a Broken Heart, which is the first book in the series. So this one, I gave this 3.25 stars. What I really loved about this is the world building. Like I enjoyed being introduced to this new magical location because the world generally has been introduced to us during Caraval, but we went to a completely different place in this book and we got introduced to it. A lot of the different, I guess, kind of like the different types of kind of the different ways that regular daily life objects have been transformed into something magical. I really enjoyed that. It's kind of like just really Stephanie Garber's imagination spilled onto this book and how it manifested in like the different types of fates, the different curses that's in the Magnificent North, the concept of the arches, and all of those things. Really love that. Now all the covers now make sense to me, which it's always a good thing. So yeah, I loved this book for that. So I gave this 3.25 stars. And obviously, I mean, the characters, they're kind of like very simple characters in a way. Not a lot of like complex development going on. They're just like simple characters, but they kind of made sense within the context of this world. So yeah, I love that about Once Upon a Broken Heart. And then The Ballad of Never After, I gave this 4 stars. This is my favorite out of the trilogy. And I think it really has to do with the pace of this book. This has like a good balance between um the whole magic world building, the action part or like the adventure part of the story, and a little bit of the romance. I think we got a little bit of everything in this book, and obviously the ending, the ending was a choice. It was a good choice. I think it really brought in the drama, and I like that. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I think out of the three, this one has the most character development, which is always nice to read. So yeah. 4 stars for The Ballad of Never After. And then finally, A Curse for True Love. I am still sitting on my rating for this, but I think for now, I can give it 3 stars. It's not 3 stars for me. It's like an average book. It's not a bad book. It's not a great book. I think this one just extended the world that we've already been reading in, and kind of just gave us a little bit. I think this book, what it did is just to try and give the story like a happy ever after, because this is a fairy tale with a happily ever after, and I don't think that's a spoiler to say. But yeah, I think this just tried to give that, and I think it succeeded. It may have jumped over some hoops and skipped over some uh, plot holes to get there. But I think it's still fun. It was still a fun read. So yeah, overall, that is my experience reading Once Upon a Broken Heart. Oops, Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy. So now I'm actually I'm gonna check for the comments, but then we can go through my series tracker to update it and see my statistics so far. Okay, let me just go through the comments. Lunatia says, seems like I missed a chat. I edited today's video. We went through the chat so fast before the last reading sprint just because I wanted to finish my book, honestly, because I was like this close to finishing it. But yeah, so that's probably why you missed it. It went by like less than 5 minutes for sure. Hello, Sina. Welcome back from your slumber. I hope that the falafel and fries that you got was that good that you fell asleep, because I feel like that when I eat a lot of good food, I feel sleepy. So I hope it was that case. Hello, Kay. Good morning to you. Of course, I need to hydrate. Let me do that right now. Thank you for the reminder, as always. Hannah made it to chapter 32 and finishing my meal plan for the week. We love it. Um, hopefully, the book is still like it's not like becoming worse. Hopefully. Waiting for the Samita to be done. Thank you so much for Sprint. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm glad I got a lot of like stuff done, like from cleaning your bathroom, cleaning the floors, making bread. You really made the most out of the sprints. Hello, Kat. Welcome back. I hope your dinner was good. Now 80% with Lamang. Sorry, the sprint at 50%. Super helpful sprint, and Lamang is such a fast-paced and fun read. I'm glad that the sprint helped. I know that if this is your first time going to a sprint, because I don't think you have attended any first sprints before, but I hope that you see the purpose. It's definitely helpful, kind of like an accountability partner. Um, and no, having like a timer and knowing that someone's gonna chat with you and ask you like how you did helps me a lot. So I hope that was helpful for you as well. I was reading while eating dinner earlier. Fun fact, I ate mint chocolate at dessert. No, traitor. No, just kidding. And now I'm at 94% already. Almost done. Are you gonna be finishing it tonight? Um, let us know. Glad to know you're done with the trilogy. I know, it feels so good whenever you finish a trilogy. Yay for finishing! Woo. Hello, June. Welcome to the sprint. Although we are done with the sprints, that was the last reading sprint. Right now, we're just doing some preparation for the next set of books that I'll be reading. I just finished reading Near to the Bone, and I will be reading a Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Everyone seems to be reading Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Obviously, with the season. I hope you like that. I believe it's a romance with a side of mystery thriller. Thank you for hosting today. This Pam, enjoy your night. I will. It will be me just sleeping because it's 11 p.m. Thank you as always for hosting this. Oh, I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed the sprints. I love hosting it. But yeah, so there's gonna be more to come. It's not worse, but this name is driving me crazy. Well, at least you can just hate read the book and just hate on that main character. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my series reading tracker, and then okay, let me. Obviously, I need to get out of the way. Okay, so this is my series reading tracker. It's a modified one from hardback quarter. So if you want like the full version of this, you can go get it from hardback quarter. I think she sells it through. I'm not sure. There's probably a link on her videos. But yeah, so I have all of the sprints here. What I actually did is I separated the manga and graphic novels just because the way that the chapters are, like the volumes are very long, and I don't want to have such a long, like so many columns for the volume, so I separated them. So as of today, let me just update first. Once Upon a Broken Heart. So we finished the third book, can change this to completed, which makes me happy. So now I have um I have 104 total series, so that includes 19 that I've completed. I've 50 that I'm caught up with, and then 51. I feel like this number grew up the last time I checked it, and that makes sense because I did start so many series last month. Like I started so many, so that makes sense. There's now 51 in progress and 19 I have yet to start. So I'm gonna check yet the stuff that I have yet to start because I do want to read books from start to finish for our series reading sprint just to check that what I picked is actually what I should be reading. Okay, okay. And now I'm sort of gonna reveal. I guess it's not such a big deal, but I'm gonna reveal the next book that I'm gonna be reading or the next series that I'm gonna be reading for our series reading sprints. And I guess just for a little interactiveness. Like you can see the list of the books on the left side here. We have Magnolia Park, Starlight Archive. So these are my choices. What do you think I picked for next week? I know this is kind of hard. I'm putting you on the spot. But what do you think I'll pick? Or if you had like if you hope that I pick a specific series, let me know. But I've already picked it just because I already have it in my shelf and I do want to read it soon. I just wanted to know your thoughts. Maybe that's gonna be the upcoming one. Okay, Obi says Poppy War. That's a fair choice. I have been wanting to read Poppy War, and I loved Babel, so I feel like I'm gonna enjoy Poppy War. Oh no, I feel like I'm gonna disappoint you. I probably should not have asked because it's not the Poppy War, but that is definitely on my immediate serious TBR. So maybe after this one, we could do the Poppy War. I'm just gonna reveal it because I don't want to disappoint anyone anymore. I am gonna be reading Miss Cassie Clare's The Infernal Devices trilogy. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what sound effect that was, but I have had this for a while now, mostly because I just have FOMO. I just have FOMO from everyone talking about the Shadow Hunters Chronicles universe. I have read the Mortal Instruments, like the first three books in that series, and I did not like it. I did not like the writing style. And everyone says that this is the best trilogy in that whole universe of books. And it is set in Victorian era. Am I making that up? I think it's set like well into the past, if I'm not mistaken. So I feel like that's enough for me to be intrigued. And they also said that there's like a very decent love triangle here. And love triangles, there's like a specific way that I like my love triangles. I like it when you're not quite sure who the final guy is or the final like pairing is because sometimes with love triangles it's so obvious which which direction we're heading towards, but I like one where I'm not quite sure. So I have been very curious about this trilogy, very very curious, so I want to read it. Like I feel like this is the perfect time for me to read this, having the series read along sprints, and it's a trilogy, so to finish it in 6 weeks because I do plan to read half of each book for each reading sprint as per usual. So yeah, that is the next book. I don't know if anyone wants to join me in reading this. I will still set up the story graph read along and put the links when I set up the videos and everything. But yeah, that is gonna be the next read. So I'm so sorry for the Poppy War, Walters. It's not gonna be the Poppy War, but I am. I do think that after this one, I might do the Poppy War, or I might just read it because I do want to read it pretty soon. So I might just read it. I don't have it yet. I don't have a physical copy of it yet. So I might just, one day be cheeky and just borrow it from the library and just read it. Maybe, I don't know. Um, OMG. I don't know if that's a good OMG or a bad OMG. Please read the Housemaid series. Yeah, I think I should probably add in more of different genres. I just have so much fantasy that I have that I want to read, but I think I do want to add in some like thriller or mystery genres in there. I do think I have the Holly Black one, The Good Girls Guide to Murder. I've read the first book of that though, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that for the series read along because I want it to be like a completely new to me. So, like I haven't started the series yet, so I could like finish it, read it from start to end for the series read along. OMG, I haven't finished that series yet. I've read until the first book. Is it good? I don't know. I'm so scared because I really did not like I did not like the writing of the Mortal Instruments, but everyone seems to say that that is her worst series yet. Obviously, it's nostalgic for a lot of people, but it's not her best in terms of like writing and everything. It's good in terms of like introducing the world, but not necessarily like the actual writing and plots and stuff. But everyone has this as their favorite, so I'm hopeful. It is set about 100 years before the Mortal Instrument. I have read just the Mortal Instruments, like the first three books. What's that? The City of Bones, City of Glass, I want to say, and City of something else. The first three books. That's the only thing I've read. And I did check up some of the reading order articles, and everyone seems to be okay with reading the what's this called, the Infernal Devices, after you've read the first three books of the Mortal Instruments. I hope that's right because I don't want to pick up anything else. Yeah, the first half of the series. Like I don't know how many there is, so I couldn't say half. I wasn't sure if there was just six or something. But yeah, that is the only thing I've read. And when I check the reading order, some of them say after the first half, you can read this one, and then there are other stuff, yeah, that they've recommended that I cannot wrap my brain around it. I just picked one reading order article and then went with it. I haven't read any Hunter book, but I completed the series just because of Magnus from the TV series. Wait, you completed the Mortal Instrument series, like the six books? Is that right? Or this one? I don't know. Did you like it? Sorry, just popped back in. I was all cooped up. That's good. That's a good feeling to be so invested in your book that you don't want to stop reading. And I'm glad that you finished it. So how was it? Did you like the book? I think you were you reading the thriller, the crime fiction one? Am I making that up? I think I forgot. I think it's in my to read pile. So I did add it to my TBR. Brighton Bell, yeah. The crime fiction one, yeah. How are you liking it? Was it like a satisfying ending? So the first half, I just read it. There's so many ways to read it. Yeah, that's fair. I remember liking the first book of Infernal Devices compared to the first book of Mortal Instruments, but to be honest, I really remembered because I've read it at the start of pandemic. I can't believe that's like 4 years ago now. Almost 4 years ago now. But yeah, I think that is a general sentiment that everyone likes this one more. So I'm hopeful that I will also like this one. I thought it was 4 or 5 different ways. There is just so many books in this universe. Like I can, off the top of my head, I know that there's like what, four different series. There's the one that's called like the is it the Last Hours? I just saw it earlier. This one, the Lady Midnight, Lord of Shadows, something, and then there's like a bunch of other novellas and standalones. There's just a lot. And I think the other Cassandra Clare that I have, which is her adult book, what it's called? the Fairy Loot one, the one that's not in the Shadow Hunters universe. I think that's her first book, or at least first one in a long time that's not in the Shadow Hunters universe. So that is making me more curious about that book, honestly, because what other concepts could she make up after being in the Shadow Hunters world for so long? I'm very, very excited about this. Also, quite afraid, but excited. Love Madness from the TV series. I need to watch the TV series because I watched the iconic movie, the cult classic movie, and obviously I love Jamie Campbell Bower from as like Jace, and I can't unsee him as Jace, so I can't get over that bump and watch the TV series. Is it good, the TV series, or is it just Magnus that's good? Hello. Yes, I enjoy cozy mystery thriller. That's good. That's when I bought all of it. It feels too long to even start. Wow. Wow. Maybe this is the sign. Maybe this is the sign that you should start reading it. Maybe you should read this with me. Because I also heard that you can start with this book because it's like chronologically, this is the first in the series, is what I've heard. Because it's set like 100 years prior. So maybe we could buddy read this one. Come to the sprints and read with me? Question mark. Swordcatcher. Yes, that's it. Swordcatcher. Yeah. The movie Magnus was good. I like the Jace from the movie better from the TV series. I think that is a consensus that I have been reading about. There's just something about Jamie Campbell Bower and how he portrayed Jace. I feel like it was just kind of perfect. Like when I was reading, I mean, obviously I watched the movie before I read the book. So when I was reading the book, I kept thinking about him as Jace. There's no way to unsee it. But even then, it still felt like it was like a perfect casting. Tell me you are without telling me. No, I said it in a very mocking way, like cult classic in a sense that I don't know, it's just been talked about so much. With like it's kind of like Twilight, where it's kind of like a cult classic. But I know that it's not that old. But yeah, I that's kind of the I guess because it has that nostalgia factor, especially for people who watch it then. I think that's how I felt with Twilight because I watched it when it came out. Like whenever I see it, it's just like it's just a classic for me. But obviously, it's not a classic yet. Uh, Can you please share to us how to access free audiobook because I'm going to utilize it? There's so many good books and there I have a limited time. Well, I think if you are able to get a library card, I think um there are libraries in the US that accept international people. I think that's a good place to start to get free audiobooks. There's also a bunch of, I think, I'm not quite sure because I haven't tried it. I think Audible has like a free trial where you could get like 1 credit, so you could use that as well. Maybe Libro FM has a free trial as well. I'm not quite sure. I haven't tried it, but yeah, I think those are like good places to start. But I definitely utilize the library a lot more. Um, Movie Jace is more cat-like. I can picture that's such a perfect way to describe it. Cat-like. Toilet books were super popular when I worked as a children's librarian up north. Yeah, they were super popular. As in, I think when I read it, actually, there's not a lot, like around me when I was young, there's not a lot of people who read, like for fun. So I don't really see it a lot, but I was chronically online from from like a young age. And then I did see Twilight around so much, so I knew that it was pretty popular. My library has Libby. That's good. I just don't know which libraries um accept like international people, like that you're able to sign up for a library card even if you're not living in that same area. I know that there are some that's like a limited access thing where like you can borrow only a certain amount of books or you can only check them out for like a certain amount, like smaller, shorter amount of days. I haven't. like research that because I do use my sister's library card. The perks of having a sister who lives in a state with libraries and doesn't use her library card. I get to use it. So yeah, I don't know which libraries those are, but I know that there are libraries like that. So maybe just a little bit of research could help. Hannah loves the dance. Perfect for playing the piano. Yes. Libby and Hoopla or Overdrive. Yeah, I know that I get confused with Libby and Overdrive. I think are they owned by the same company? I don't know. I think they are, but then depending on where you are, like if you're in Canada or if you're in the US, they use like a different one. I have no idea. I use Libby, that's all I know. And like I said, it's connected to a US library in California because that's where my sister lives. And Hoopla, I think this is like I believe there's like a subscription. Is it a subscription? I don't know. Let me actually check Hoopla. Oh, so it's kind of like Libby, but it's just audiobooks. And you can partner with your local library. So yeah. So I'm just not sure how that like which one works for international. So Hoopla is US only, I think. Yeah, Libra and Overdrive. Yeah, that's what I heard. Like I know that when I talk to someone from Canada, they use Overdrive. But when I talk to someone from US, they use Libby. But whenever I Google about it, it's the same thing, but owned by the same company, I guess. And they just I don't know why they use different names, why they didn't just consolidate it to one name. No idea. We got audiobooks from my library, and sometimes it comes up as Libby, and sometimes it comes up first me out because I know maybe that's just because when they merge or when one bought the other, I don't know what happened. Maybe they didn't like go back and change all of the details on the books. So I don't know. I have no idea. As long as I get my books, I don't really care. It's always so confusing. But anyway, I think this is a good. Let me just change because the background is not nice. There you go. I hope that everyone had a great time for today's reading sprint. Again, the next reading sprint is gonna be on a Tuesday. I think I'm gonna be moving it on a Tuesday because Wednesdays sometimes I have office days and sometimes I have yoga in the evening. So I feel like there's more chances of me canceling it if it's on a Wednesday. So I think I'm gonna see Tuesday or Thursdays. I'm gonna check which one's better. But yeah, I'm gonna be reading the Infernal Devices for the next set of our series read along. But in the weekend, I am gonna be hosting Reading Sprints with Pam from Pam Shenanigans. I will be posting on Instagram when that is, but it's likely going to be on Sunday my time. That's going to be 7 p.m. Manila, 7 a.m. Eastern, and 4 a.m. Pacific, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I hope I could still see you in the next reading sprint, either the weekend or the series read along one. Thank you so much again for joining me today, and have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone. Thank you.